Okay, good evening, everyone. It's 6 o'clock. I want to call this meeting to order, this hearing to order. It's 6 o'clock. And I would ask for, Frankie, would you do the invocation? Please stand, everybody.
Gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Father. Thank you, Lord, for another day. Father, I just ask, Lord, that you watch over each and every one tonight, Father. Father, just help us, Lord, to dig deep, Lord. And Father, just help us, Lord, to make the right decision, Lord, and let everything be for your glory, not ours. Father God, Lord, I just ask, Lord, you watch over us, just protect us, Father. And it's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Okay, thank you, Frankie, for that. Madam Secretary, would you do roll call, please?
Okay, good evening, council and guests. I will call for roll, which is item number 3 on the agenda. Eddie?
Yeah.
Jeannie? Here. Ella Mae? Here. Adeline? Frankie?
Here.
Sharon?
No.
Joyce here. Peggy? Peggy did call, she's, or text, she'll be a little late. She was running late from school, but she will be present. Jamie?
Here.
Charles?
Here.
Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
Here.
Okay. Chief, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to.
Wait. I got something to inquire about. And this is gonna require the Attorney General to answer. At the council meeting, I asked if this was a formal council meeting that's being called. I asked if the Attorney General, if this is a formal council meeting that we're going to be hosting today, and he said no. He said it was just a hearing, not a formal council meeting. But we're conducting it like it's a formal council meeting. And I would like clarification from the Attorney General as to what's going on here.
Your Constitution says, and under Article 9, impeachment, the council shall prescribe rules and regulations for the investigation of complaints of misconduct in office and for removal of any member of council or of any officer, provided that the accused shall be given a hearing and that 2/3 vote of the council shall be necessary to remove any person from office. What's happening today is the hearing that's contemplated in Article 9 of your Constitution. This is a hearing that the council conducts when there's an impeachment filed. It is not a regular or special council meeting. It is a hearing under the impeachment provision.
Okay, so removal can't take place tonight. It's just a determination if he should be brought up before removal.
Well, it's up to council. The Constitution doesn't specify whether the 2/3 vote occurs during a meeting or during the impeachment hearing. So it's up to council. And I'll read your impeachment code here in a second. Yeah. Do you all want me to go ahead and read your impeachment code so everyone's on the same page? Okay. The impeachment and removal codes of the United Kituwa Band. Section 14.1, definitions. Impeach, to accuse, to proceed against a public officer for a crime or malfeasance or nonfeasance, before a proper court or body by the presentation of a written accusation called articles of impeachment. B, impeachment, a proceeding against a public officer before a body instituted by a written accusation called articles of impeachment. C, articles of impeachment, the formal written allegations against an individual of the causes for an impeachment. Misfeasance is the improper doing of an act which a person might lawfully do. E, nonfeasance, the omission of an act which a person ought to do. Malfeasance, doing an act which a person ought not to do at all. G, treason, the offense of attempting by overt acts to overthrow the government of the sovereign to which the offender owes allegiance. H, corruption, an act done with an intent to give some advantage inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others. The act of an official or a fiduciary person who unlawfully and wrongfully uses his station or character to procure some benefit for himself or for another person, contrary to duty and the rights of others. G, moral turpitude, an act or behavior that gravely violates moral sentiment or accepted moral standards of community and is orally culpable quality held to be present in some criminal offenses as distinguished from others. A morally culpable quality. H, willful. An action or omission is willfully done if done voluntarily and intentionally and with the specific intent to do something the law forbids, or with the intent to fail to do something which the law requires to be done. I, embezzlement, to willfully to take or convert to one's own use another's money or property of which the wrongdoer acquired possession lawfully by reason of some office or employment or position of trust. J, grievous, causing grief or sorrow, afflictive, hard to bear, offensive, harmful. Section 1.14.2, who can be impeached? A, only elected officials can be impeached. Section 14.3, grounds for impeachment. A, the following shall be grounds for impeachment of an elected official: misfeasance, 2, malfeasance, 3, nonfeasance, 4, treason, 5, willful neglect of duty, 6, moral turpitude, 7, felony conviction, 8, gross partiality in office, 9, habitual drunkenness, 10, failure to attend council meetings having missed 6 regular meetings, 11, embezzlement of tribal funds, 12, furthering the interests of another tribe before the United Ketua Band, 13, corruption in office, 14, use of illegal or illicit drugs, 15, other grievous infractions not included here and above. Section 14.4, commencement of an impeachment action. A, an action for impeachment shall be instituted by submitted articles of impeachment to the tribal secretary, who is the keeper of all official records of the tribe. B, articles for impeachment may be brought by any elected official of the United Ketua Band. C, articles of impeachment shall contain the allegations that the presenter of the articles which are intended to be submitted to the full tribal council. D, a copy of the articles shall be served upon the accused elected official by Ketua Light Horse within 5 days of the presentation of the articles to the tribal secretary. E, in the event that the tribal secretary is the accused, then the articles of impeachment shall be delivered to the chairman of the election board. F, a special tribal council meeting shall be called within 30 days specifically to hear the impeachment proceedings. This time may be extended if notice to the accused has to be published. G, the full tribal council shall convene at the special meeting to hear the proceedings. Section 14.5, subpoena and service. A copy of the articles shall be served upon the accused elected official by Katua Lighthorse within 5 days of the presentation of the articles to the secretary. A notice of impeachment shall accompany the articles, which shall contain the date of the special tribal council meeting set to hear the impeachment. B, in the event that personal service cannot be obtained, notice shall be published at least 10 days prior to the date of the special council meeting in the Tahlequah newspaper and in the newspaper which is located in the county of residence of the accused. C, the tribal council and the accused shall each have the power and authority to issue subpoenas to individuals or to tribal offices for documents to support their position. Section 14.6, impeachment hearing. A special tribal council meeting shall be called by the chief, or if the chief is the accused, then by the assistant chief. B, the full tribal council consisting of the 9 district representatives and the 4 officers shall sit at the hearing panel, excluding the accused. C, the chief shall conduct the proceedings, or if the chief is the accused, then the assistant chief shall conduct the proceedings. D, the tribal council may have a legal advisor present if they so choose. E, the accused is also entitled to have legal representation at their own expense. F, once the meeting is called to order, the articles of impeachment shall be read, and the counsel or their legal advisor shall present the evidence against the accused. G, the accused shall be allowed to present evidence in his or her defense. H, at the conclusion of all evidence, the tribal council shall convene in executive session to discuss the evidence and make a decision. I, once their decision has been reached, they must reconvene in open session to vote. Votes will be recorded by roll call vote. A vote of 2/3 of the tribal council shall be required for impeachment. K, if the council votes for impeachment, the official shall immediately be removed from their position pending the outcome of any appeal to the UKB District Court. If no appeal is filed pursuant to the appellate procedure herein below, the tribal council's decision shall be final. Section 14.7, remedies for impeachment. A, remedies for impeachment may include 1, removal from office. 2, permanent disbarment from eligibility for future candidacy for any elective or appointive office for the United Katua Band for either a certain period of time as determined by the council or for life. 3, banishment from the tribal membership for life or for a certain period of time as determined by the tribal council. Section 14.8, appeals. An order of impeachment may be appealed to the tribal court of the United Katua Band. B, a notice of appeal shall be filed within 7 calendar days from the date of the ruling by the tribal council in favor of impeachment. Notice shall also be delivered to the opposing party. C, no new issues shall be presented on appeal by either party. D, the tribal court's decision shall be final and no further appeals shall be allowed. Section 14.9, miscellaneous provisions. Nothing herein shall prohibit the tribal council from hiring a special referee to conduct the impeachment proceedings. B, should the impeachment hearings be determined too lengthy for one meeting, the meeting may be recessed and reconvened another day to complete the hearings. C, nothing herein shall in any way violate the Constitution of the United Katua Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma or the Indian Civil Rights Act. D, any part or clause of this code found to be unconstitutional, unenforceable, or unlawful shall be stricken from this code, but the remainder of this code shall continue to be in full force and effect. To answer Representative Sachs' question, the council has approved these impeachment rules and regulations according to the Constitution, which delegates that authority to council. So council has decided in approving these impeachment rules that the vote shall be taken at the hearing after the council convenes and considers the impeachment matter.
Okay, has anybody got any questions at the council table?
Excuse me, I'm Dave.
No, you're not part of this council, sir. You're here to represent your client. You can talk to him, but you can't have any talking here at the council. This is strictly between council here tonight.
Well, actually, that's not correct. Under 14.6 subsection E, it says the accused is also entitled to have legal representation.
Right,
at
you,
their own
right,
expense.
right.
We are here doing.
But this is not a court. This is not a court, sir. This is merely a hearing and investigation.
We are going to present.
That you, I understand that. I understand that. Let me finish my presentation here and then you'll get a chance to talk through your client there. This is a very, very serious matter for our tribe and very serious for Chief Joe Bunch. So I expect everybody to be respectful of this hearing here tonight. I'd like for everybody to please turn off or silence their phones if you would. I'd ask you to do that. And I have already decided that we're going to conduct this matter in a respectful, this matter in a respectful way. So I'm asking you to respect that. If there's any outbursts from the crowd or any kind of heckling or anything, then I'm going to ask Lighthorse to walk you out. So this is a matter here that conducts with the council only. This is a sovereign matter. So it's been a general consensus of the council to ask our legal here to read the articles of impeachment along with the charges. After that, each one of you have had placed in front of you from the people that filed the charges, the evidence to back up the charges. Then Chief Bunch will have the opportunity to present evidence contrary to the charges. After he's presented his evidence, then we're going to go into executive session, as this code says, and then we're going to discuss this matter. We'll come back and then we'll take a vote. And on each count, there'll be a vote taken. This is exactly what happened in a impeachment hearing previous. It's the precedent's not been set. So now I'm going to turn this over to our legal so he can start the presentation of the articles of impeachment and the presentation. Please be quiet. I'm asking you.
I'm Clint Cowan. I'm the Attorney General for the United Kituwa Band. If there are no objections from council, I'm going to read the impeachment charges.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Articles of impeachment. Comes now Barry Dotson, United Kituwa Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma, Sequoia District Representative, on this 21st day of November 2019, with a sworn duty to uphold the UKB Constitution and bylaws. In accordance with Article 9 impeachment, UKB Constitution and bylaws, and the Impeachment and Removal Code adopted by the Tribal Council on August 13th, 2005, by resolution number 05 UKB 117, with a severability clause allowing these codes to be a living document corresponding with the Indian Civil Rights Act as per the UKB Constitution, Article 9. Such documents designating rules and regulations for the investigation of complaints of misconduct in office and for removal of any member of council or of any officer do hereby submit the following articles of impeachment against Joe Harold Bunch, Chief of the United Kituwa Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma, an office to which he was seated in May 2016 to fill a vacant chief position, swearing an oath to uphold the UKB Constitution and bylaws. Chief Joe Harold Bunch was elected in December 2016 when he began a 4-year term in January 2017 as chief of the United Kituwa Band in January 2017, swearing an oath to uphold the UKB Constitution and bylaws. Article 1. Violation of Constitution and bylaws of the United Kituwa Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma, ratified October 3rd, 1950, and Crimes and Punishment Act of 1990, number 90 UKB-12-5. A, UKB Constitution. Article 1, Section 1. Duties of officers, stating, "The chief shall preside at all meetings of the council and of the membership. He shall have general supervision of the affairs of the council and shall perform all duties appertaining to the office of chairman." Article 5, Governing Body. The council shall have power to appoint subordinate personnel, committees, and representatives. 3, Article 1, Section 4. The treasurer shall be the custodian of all funds in possession of the council from any source. 4, Article 3, Section 3, Meetings, Section 4. Article 3, Objectives, Section 1 through 3. To secure for its members the benefits, rights, privileges, and powers as provided for under the Act of Congress, to secure the benefits, rights, privileges, and powers as provided for by any laws of the United States, and to promote the general welfare of the band and its members. B, Crimes and Punishments, Act of 1990, 90 UKB 12-5. 1, Section 302, Criminal Conspiracy. 2, Section 414, Obstructing Governmental Function. 3, Section 452, Official Unlawful Action. 4, Section 504, Harassment. 5, Section Bill of Rights, Freedom of Association. 6, Violation of Section 402A1, Improper influence in official matters. Threaten unlawful harm to any person with intent to influence another's decision, opinion, recommendation, vote, or other exercise of discretion as a public servant, party official, or voter. C, Oath of Confidentiality. D, Violation of law. Resolution number 15 UKB-41. Council to approve all key personnel positions. Count 1. On or about May 2017, Chief Joe Harold Bunch called a meeting of certain members of council without written notification to all council as required by the Constitution for scheduling a meeting for the purpose of discussing the hiring of a grant writer, making it a clandestine meeting in violation of Section 302, Criminal Conspiracy. Chief Joe Harold Bunch conspired to hire an individual as grant writer without going through human resources and sought a nomination through the council instead. Chief Joe Harold Bunch approved the hire by an email memorandum in violation of the normal hiring procedure and Resolution 15 UKB-41. Chief Joe Bunch abused the office of chief and acted outside the scope of his authority by declaring himself as the grant writer's supervisor in violation of Section 5, Article 5 UKB Constitution. Chief Joe Bunch granted approval for the grant writer to have unlimited access to the accounting department and to the accounting software Abila, and further allowed the grant writer to assist the accounting director in creating fiscal year budget 2017 using an inaccurate indirect cost formula, creating a falsely inflated budget for 2017. Chief Joe Harold Bunch violated his oath of confidentiality by granting unauthorized access to an individual to sensitive and confidential information. Chief Joe Bunch's actions were performed without the knowledge or approval of the council, the supreme governing authority. In so doing, Chief Joe Harold Bunch acted outside the scope of his authority, as listed in Section 1, Article 1, UKB Constitution, by supervising accounting functions, circumventing the authority of the treasurer and the executive director of tribal operations. Section 452, official unlawful action, and Section 414, obstructing government function. In doing so, Chief Harold Bunch violated the law and the UKB Constitution. Count 2. On or about May 2017 period, the treasurer and the executive director of tribal operations terminated the 2 accounting staff for insubordination. Chief Joe Harold Bunch engaged then Attorney General Christina Vaughn to write guidance and recommendations regarding the terminations, concluding that they were wrongfully terminated. The AG was the reviewing authority for the current personnel manual that placed employees at an at-will status. AG Vaughn gave faulty statements in that she stated the actions or lack of actions taken by the accounting personnel were not in violation of any duty. It is clear AG Vaughn made recommendations that derived from the terminated employee's point of view and her anger at the EDTO's email to her, which she addresses in her document. The AG recommended the employees be reinstated and be supervised by the human resources specialist, clearly a violation of the UKB Constitution, Section 4, which the treasurer is the custodian of all funds from all sources. The treasurer would not be able to meet her constitutional duty to serve as custodian of funds for the tribe without some degree of supervision over accounting activities and the personnel performing them. When the human resources specialist position became vacant, the supervisory responsibilities of the accounting staff were taken over by the chief and secretary in direct violation of the UKB Constitution without the approval of council, the supreme governing authority of the tribe. Count 3. As a result of Joe Harold Bunch's actions outlined above and failure to properly supervise the accounting staff, the mandated single audit for a tribe receiving self-governance funds failed to meet the mandated deadlines of June 30th for the 2017 audit. During the time period on or about June 2017 to January 2019, Chief Joe Harold Bunch was the self-designated supervisor of the accounting staff. He failed to properly ensure qualified persons were performing critical duties of a department into which he had inserted himself. In November 2017, the Supreme Governing Authority approved a resolution to engage an audit firm to perform the single audit, and the letter of engagement was not sent to the audit firm until June 2018, 7 months after the council, which is an act of negligence. At that time, the 2017 audit was 1 year delinquent, placing the tribe on level 1 sanctions. On or about February 2018, accounting director resigned because she did not agree with relocating to a new office. At some unknown date, Chief Joe Harold Bunch rehired her without the knowledge or concurrence of the Supreme Governing Authority in violation of Resolution 15 UKB 41 that requires all key personnel to be approved by the council, the Supreme Governing Authority. Chief Joe Harold Bunch allowed the accounting director to work secretly from home until it was discovered that the former accounting director was logging onto Abila from an off-site computer. It is unknown that actions were taken to complete the audit from November 2017 to February 2018 by the accounting director. The audit firm requested several documents from the accounting staff to begin the audit process, but the accounting staff failed to comply with the requests. The executive director of tribal operations sent emails to the council and accounting staff to expedite the request to complete the 2017 audit. The self-appointed supervisors of the accounting department has or have failed to ensure the completion of the 2017 audit, which is still pending. In July 2019, the tribe received notice they were now 2 years delinquent with the 2017 audit and were placed on level 2 sanctions. There have been additional letters received from the Self-Governance Office, the most recent a requirement to provide answers to the delinquent 2017 audit. The tribe and the housing department are now in a funding crisis. Chief Joe Harold Bunch has failed to uphold his constitutional oath to improve the general welfare of the band and its members, instead jeopardizing the self-governance of the UKB tribal government. Chief Joe Harold Bunch has violated his oath of office by continually acting outside his authority as if he has executive powers. Former Attorney General Belmard issued a legal opinion that states that the chief does not have executive authority, but merely is one of 13 members that make up the governing body, the supreme governing authority of the tribe of the band, Article 5 governing body. In doing so, the tribe has not hired competent, qualified people in critical job positions. Count 4. On or about August 2017, an executive director of tribal operations, EDTO, was hired, and Chief Joe Harold Bunch placed him within his supervisory control, micromanaging the EDTO's time and actions. During this period until March of 2019, Chief Joe Harold Bunch held this employee in ill regard, as evidenced by the totality of his actions, including termination, disallowing him to supervise certain tribal employees, and harassment by emails. Chief Joe Harold Bunch did not allow the EDTO to supervise the accounting staff. Instead, placed himself in a supervisory role, along with the secretary, in violation of the Constitution that defines each officer's duties. There was critical information needed by the audit agency, which the accounting staff, under Chief Joe Harold Bunch's supervision, failed to provide. Count 5. On or about January 7th, 2017, during public forum at a monthly council meeting, a housing authority office representative reported that his department would have to lay off their employees due to a funding freeze caused by the delinquent 2017 single audit. The council reacted spontaneously, deviating from the agenda, and terminated the employees during public forum in open session with live feed. Chief Joe Harold Bunch failed to take control of the situation as the chairman and allowed the discussion of a termination to occur in open session instead of executive session. In doing so, Chief Joe Harold Bunch violated his oath of confidentiality to honor the records and business of the tribe, violated the employee's right to privacy, and failed to properly perform his duties and maintain proper protocol as chairman. Count 6. On November 2nd, 2019, Chief Joe Harold Bunch did unlawfully instruct the council to vote no when the motion was made to reappoint a corporate board member to the UKB corporate board, which he verbally instructed on 3 separate occasions, timestamp 200 to 209, UKB live feed, quote, "Okay, those of you that want to vote no and nominate someone else for that position, if yes, vote yes. Quote, if you do not agree with the nomination, vote no." Chief Joe Harold Bunch repeated this twice in violation of Section 402A1, improper influence. In his actions stated above and improper executive actions, Chief Joe Harold Bunch undermined the integrity and brought disrepute on the office of chief, has betrayed his trust as chief, and has acted in a manner subversive of the rule of law and justice to the manifest injury of the people of the United Keetoowah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma, to which he swore an oath to promote in any way the general welfare of the Indians of the United Keetoowah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma. Wherefore, Chief Joe Harold Bunch, by such conduct, warrants impeachment and hearing and removal from office, permanent disbarment from eligibility for future candidacy for any elective or appointive office of the United Keetoowah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma, and warrants permanent banishment from membership from the United Keetoowah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma. Article 2, violation of the federal corporate charter of the United Keetoowah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma, ratified on October 3, 1950, UKB Corporate Board Act of 2015, and Crimes and Punishment Act of 1990, 90 UKB-12-5. A, UKB Constitution. Article 11, Bill of Rights, Section 1. All members of the band shall enjoy without hindrance freedom of worship, conscience, speech, press, assembly, and association. B, Corporate Charter, Section 2, Objectives. To define and safeguard the rights and powers of the UKB and its members. 2, to advance the standard of living. And 3, to promote in any other way the general welfare of the United Kituah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma. C, Crimes and Punishment, Act of 1990, 90 UKB-12-5. 1, Section 302, Criminal Conspiracy. By agreeing with one or more persons to engage in or cause the performance of conduct with the intent to commit any tribal or felony offense within the tribal jurisdiction, and any one person commits an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy. 2, Section 406, Oppression in Office. 3, Section 414, Obstructing Governmental Function, Crimes and Punishment Act of 1990, 90 UKB 12-5. 4, Section 452, Official Unlawful Action, Crimes and Punishment Act of 1990. 5, Section 504, Harassment, Crimes and Punishment Act of 1990. 6, Section 564, Criminal Defamation, Crimes and Punishment Act of 1990. D, UKB Corporate Act of 2015, Section 208, Removal of Officers, which requires a formal notice and hearing to remove an officer from the corporate board by 2/3 vote of the council for incompetence, neglect of duty, or for misconduct. Count 1. On or about December 27, 2016, Chief Joe Harold Bunch called a special meeting for the purpose of removing the chairman of the corporate board, violating Section 208 of the Corporate Act of 2015. Chief Joe Bunch acted with malice and forethought in an act of oppression to violate the rights of this individual tribal member to sit on a board after duly being appointed by the council, the supreme governing authority of the tribe. This unlawful act was later overturned by the Attorney General, but Chief Joe Harold Bunch, for unknown reasons, except personal reasons or personal gain, or motivated by political motivations, continued to engage in unconstitutional actions and harassment of the individual and the corporate board. Count 2. On or about February 27th, 2017, Chief Joe Harold Bunch called a special meeting to engage certain members of the council to convene at a special meeting for the purpose of repealing the Corporate Act of 2015, rendering the document null and void, putting to a standstill pending economic development projects. Chief Bunch declared himself as the person who would take over these projects in violation of the UKB Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, duties, which is outside the scope of his duties. This was later overturned by the Attorney General. The overthrow of the corporate board was executed with malicious intent to undermine the purpose of the UKB Constitution and UKB Corporate Charter to improve the general welfare of the band and its members, and did so by hostile takeover as evidenced by chain locked doors to deter entry to all corporate officers and other tribal offices. Chief Joe Harold Bunch actions to overthrow the corporate board by way of repealing the Corporate Act of 2015 is subversive to the operations of the corporate board and to the tribe's members' dependence on its board of directors to obtain and maintain economic stability already weakened by previous leadership. Count 3. Chief Joe Harold Bunch did, on or about May and June 2018, conspire with a member of the corporate board and certain members of the tribal council to disrupt the corporate board with a motion to pass a resolution introduced by then Tahlequah District Representative Weber and seconded by Canadian District Representative Sachs to remove 2 officers from the board without benefit of a hearing and replace them with new individuals. The motion was defeated. This attempt of an overthrow of the 2 officers of the UKB corporate board was with malice and forethought, with no regard for the general welfare of the tribe and disregard for the December 2016 guidance given by then Attorney General Vaughn when the chairman of the corporate board was unlawfully removed. At the same meeting, a nomination was made to appoint a new individual to fill a vacated position, and the nominee was appointed to the board. Count 4. Chief Joe Harold Bunch has worked behind the scenes to circumvent the corporate board by attempting to engage others in business ventures, acting outside the scope of his duties. Chief Bunch attempted to engage the former Creek Nation chief to be the tribe's economic advisor, who has since been indicted in federal court and made appointments with other vendors, including bingo vendors, without coordination with the corporate board, in an attempt to subvert the business undertakings of the corporate board. Chief Joe Harold Bunch, in his entire time in office, has hindered and undermined the corporate board in their intended purpose to achieve economic development and improve the general welfare of the tribe and its members. Count 5. Chief Joe Harold Bunch distributed an unofficial financial document to the council, which he knew to be false, in an attempt to mislead the tribal council and to impugn the integrity of the chairman and secretary of the corporate board by implying that approximately $1.2 million of corporate board funds were missing, with the implication that they were guilty of theft or mismanagement when no proof was provided. Chief Joe Harold Bunch attempted to defame the reputation of the two board members. Count 6. Chief Bunch has conspired with certain members of the corporate board and certain council members to pass laws that are unconstitutional, specifically directed at a single person, violating a tribal member's Indian civil rights, for no other purpose than to annoy, taunt, insult, or to challenge another. Chief Joe Harold Bunch's oppressive and harassing actions are in violation of the UKB Constitution and Crimes and Punishment Act of 1990. Specific laws passed designed to harass and oppress are Resolution 18 UKB 64. A corporate board member can hold only one position, and 18 UKB 75. A corporate board employee cannot serve on the corporate board. It is to be noted that this tribal member was the only person in that category at the time the resolution was passed. Count 7. During a November 7th, 2019 council meeting, Chief Joe Bunch was clearly improperly influencing the council in his words and actions by telling them to vote no 3 times prior to the council voting to reappoint a corporate board member, an officer of the board, in violation of the Indian Civil Rights Act. During that same meeting, a new candidate was being nominated to the vacant position, and a question was raised by a council member. Isn't there a resolution that a corporate board member can only be on one committee, stating this nominee is on the tax commission? Chief Joe Harold Bunch stated he had no knowledge of such a resolution. Chief Joe Harold Bunch made a statement that the nominee wasn't on another committee. He is on a commission. The resolution states that a corporate board member can hold one position only. It does not state committee, board, or commission. Although the law may appear vague to some, Chief Joe Harold Bunch clarified the intent of the one position only resolution at a June 18th corporate board meeting, where he was present to record what positions the individual would give up, following it up in an email. A council member asked if the resolution was set for one person, name redacted, and when he didn't answer, she asked the same question, and nodding yes, he answered yes. It is unclear why Chief Joe Harold Bunch served as chairman of the corporate board for 1 year and is fully aware of the mismanagement and Medicaid fraud that was discovered to have been taking place under the former board's management. In so doing, Chief Joe Harold Bunch has failed to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United Kituah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma, and has undermined the integrity and brought disrepute on the office of the chief in violation of his constitutional duty to take care of the laws of the tribe to be faithfully executed, willfully corrupted and manipulated, and has committed misfeasance, malfeasance, nonfeasance, and corruption with a willful, grievous intent, and has abused his office by official misconduct. Wherefore, Chief Joe Harold Bunch, by such conduct, warrants impeachment and hearing, removal from office, and permanent disbarment from eligibility for future candidacy for any elective or appointive office in the United Kituah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma, and warrants permanent banishment from membership from the United Kituah Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma. Signed, Barry Dotson, Sequoia District Representative, November 29, 2019.
Thank you for that, Mr. Attorney General. Chief Bunce, you have passed out some articles, and I'm going to ask you, do you have any other examples or that, evidence that are contrary to these charges that you want to hand out to the council right now? If you do, feel free so. None of this stuff right here? Okay. This is what you brought out a while ago.
Thank you. Hello, hello.
Is it your position that despite the rules of impeachment, subsection E, where it says the accused is also entitled to have legal representation at their own expenses, that you're not allowing me to represent the chief in this matter?
That's correct.
Is that not a violation of your own rules?
I don't believe so, and this council doesn't believe so, sir. If you would.
We
just,
need to
please
get,
have a seat. and
we
let
need to
the
get
chief- let
clarification
chief
from the
talk.
AG on this right
Let
here.
council address that. It makes a difference between advisor in subsection D and representation in subsection E.
The Constitution includes civil rights protections. The Indian Civil Rights Act includes civil rights protections that include due process. Your impeachment code itself also incorporates the Indian Civil Rights Act. It is my recommendation, in order to provide appropriate due process to anyone being impeached, that they be allowed counsel and their counsel be allowed to represent them. It's council's decision, but your impeachment code does say that he may be represented by counsel. So that's my opinion.
Thank you for that opinion, Mr. AG, so we'll let the council decide, since it's the supreme governing body. Is it the general consensus of the council to let's just have a showing of hands, and then we won't have to take a vote on it. If we want to let the chief's counsel speak at this council setting. All in favor, raise your right hand to let the chief's counsel speak. All opposed, right hand. Okay, the right hands have it. You're allowed to speak, sir.
Your Honor, according to the rules of the impeachment proceeding, once the articles of impeachment are read, then it moves to, thank you, it moves to the actual presentation of evidence by the tribe. In other words, that's your time to put on witnesses and submit your exhibits and that sort of thing. Then once that is completed, the reading itself is just reading of charges, essentially. It doesn't mean that. So then after that, then it becomes our time where we will give our opening statement and present our evidence. So we're going to waive our right to do that right now and let you go ahead and put, or let the tribe, or whomever, go ahead and put on its evidence, and then we will go ahead and do so at that time. We do have a couple of legal issues. We do have a couple of legal issues at some point that we need to take up, and I don't really know when you want to do that. I've discussed them briefly with your AG. For instance, I believe if you look at the code, it requires that there be some sort of investigation done by the tribe. I see no investigation. We were only given the documents that I understand, there's some 90 pages of documents to be used against the chief. And we only got those Saturday afternoon, even though that these documents have been prepared for apparently weeks, if not a month or so. And then there is a question that arose out of the last impeachment about how many votes it takes to impeach. In other words, the Constitution says 2/3. At the last hearing, they agreed on 8. The judge indicated he thought that they were incorrect, that it in fact takes the 2/3, 9, even though the chief is not participating. We have those sorts of issues that we need to talk about sometime. And I think that that's up to your discretion, when you want to talk about this.
Are you wanting to call witnesses? Because I know that you just indicated that you received all the evidence that goes along with these charges. I think the council received them Sunday on email, by electronic mail, and then Mr. Dawson put a hard copy in front of all of us tonight. So do you want to call some witnesses and have some testimony from witnesses, or?
Well,
I'm not sure I understand what you're wanting to do right at this point, because the way I understand the proceedings, we exit to executive session and discuss all these charges, and it's going to take hours. I agree with you. It's a lengthy process. And then we're going to have to look at the evidence that you present contrary to the charges that we've got here. And you've got, I don't know how many pages you've got. It looks like 20 some pages probably. But in all fairness, we have to go through that too.
To my understanding, the accused was supposed to get the evidence within 5 days, and it was supposed to be attached
That was the
with the
charges.
impeachment articles.
He received the articles of it within the 5 days after it was filed, I believe, didn't you, Secretary?
We received the articles of impeachment, but not the evidence to the articles.
Didn't he just read it and say that he was supposed to receive it all within 5 days?
The impeachment code that council has adopted only requires that a copy of the articles be provided to the chief in 5 days of the presentation of the articles to the secretary. It does not require the presentation of the evidence at that time.
But what,
Thank you for that.
actually, I think what you were asking me, and I'm sorry if I'm butting in. tell me
No,
to
go
shut-
ahead.
Tell me to
You
shut up.
you got the
That's all
floor.
right.
Go ahead.
There's no real rule. I was just showing them the other day, the rules for a courtroom, the book is about 3.5 inches thick. These are all the rules for here, so it's kind of loose a little bit, so.
Right, but
I
this
apologize.
is not a courtroom, sir. This is
Sure.
merely a hearing.
Sure. And under subsection F, I want to point out to you that it says, once the articles of impeachment shall be read and the counsel or their legal, and then the counsel or legal advisor, that's on behalf of the tribe, shall present the evidence against the accused. We don't go into executive session here. This is time that evidence by the tribe has to be
Okay,
put
I
on
think
the
I understand what you're saying there. So what you're saying is right now, whoever presented the charges is able or willing to call testimony or present evidence to back these up along with the papers that you have there in front of you to go along with it.
That's what happens at this point, is they present the evidence supporting impeachment. And then
They have
after that, then we,
Right, we have the supporting documents, and I'll ask Councilman Barry Dodson, do you want to call any witnesses, or do you want to, this is your filing, do you want to call on any witnesses or present any evidence other than what you've presented here in writing, sir?
Are we talking about for the opposition or the council, or who we talking about?
for you,
For you. Talking about
Oh,
for you.
okay. Well, I don't understand.
You're satisfied with the
That's
written
absolutely
evidence that
correct, yes.
you presented, and then you're wanting the council to discuss this, okay?
Indeed, I am.
Okay.
and Assistant Chief, I have to, at this point, with the idea, of course, of making a record, lawyers always worried about that, is sometime it might go to appeal, so I have to say these things to you, okay? Let me say that the burden of proof, simply reading the allegations, it's like reading an information or complaint against somebody, does not count as evidence. The only way you can put on evidence is through the entry of documents, through direct testimony of witnesses, that sort of thing. In this particular instance, there's a stack of 90 documents that we were given Saturday afternoon. that haven't been identified. They haven't told us what they are, where they came from. Nobody sponsors them. Nobody's here to tell the truth of what they are. We can't cross-examine anybody about them. We also have the understanding that perhaps someone else actually wrote the actual articles of impeachment. And it's a basic due process of law.
Quiet, please.
That someone else may have written them, and it's actual basic cornerstone due process of all law that an accused gets the right to face their accuser and that person be identified, told to them, and then they have the right to cross-examine these people. So as it stands now, with just passing around a stack of 90 papers the day before and a couple of days before to the accused, does not rise to the level of actually submitting evidence. And so the case must fail, as it's got to be the burden of the person bringing the charges or bringing the action against the chief. I mean, you got to put something on for people to hear. You can't just hand over a stack of documents. So at this point, because the burden of proof failed, because there's no evidence been put on except a stack of documents, this whole thing has to be failed, and the tribe should decide at this point, because of failure, one of evidence, one of meeting the burden of proof, that the case should fail right now without further ado.
Well, sir, I would agree with you in a normal setting in a court of law in the state of Oklahoma. You're probably correct 100%. However, this is a tribal council and you're in a sovereign nation here, and we're going by our impeachment that we have done in the past. And the evidence is presented in the written form this gentleman wants to do. And so, while I agree with you in a normal setting, that would probably apply. But however, this is not a normal setting. This is merely a hearing and investigation of these charges. And this council is going to follow the normal procedure. We're going to, if you don't have any further things there to, submit to us, then we're going to
certainly put on our evidence.
Okay, well, then you have the floor. Put it on now then, so then we can get to executive session and start
Chief is
discussing
going
this matter.
The chief is going to testify.
All that information that we just went through, supplying evidence and so forth, that's so noted, correct? I mean, we're going to go forward, right?
Yeah, so this is based on precedent, how your impeachment hearings have gone in the past. The council investigates the accusations by Representative Dodson. The council reviews the material that the representative has provided. The council listens to your evidence and testimony and then makes a decision. I completely agree with you about due process and typical criminal courts and procedures of criminal law, but that's not how it has worked historically in an impeachment setting in the UKB council. So you are free to, well, I'll defer to the assistant chief, but I believe you're free to put on your defense, and council will just review that along with the other documents.
Can you give us, Chief had something he wanted to tell me and I can't hear and listen at the same time. Would it be okay with you if we took a 5-minute break so I can find out what Chief?
Council, is that okay?
Oh, I agree.
Okay, chief, you're allowed 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have to,
After we listen, we don't have to. have to answer. You don't have to answer any question. That's like I told you, he's not in the normal course. You hear all that, Barry?
Are you listening, Barry?
Did you hear what I told you? Jeannie, has you heard what I told you?
Did you hear what he said?
Probably
Did you
not.
hear him? He said no.
When I was talking to that lawyer.
When you were talking, when he was talking to the lawyer, did you understand everything?
It's not a normal court session.
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah.
They go where it is.
We don't have to answer any question. I can't promise you what the judge might say, well, you shouldn't put on witnesses.
Well, I'm sure you're the man that knows the answer to it.
Charlie. Charlie. Get Callie. Get Callie. Is this mine? Just threw it on the table. I had no idea. I didn't want to grab it if it wasn't mine.
You know, we shouldn't have to be going through this. We should not have to. We shouldn't be fighting among each other. What they said, during the council meeting about us not getting along, I agree, but yet we're being put in a position where we have to do something like this. I don't want to do that. Because look at this, we have a group of the people, one group here and another group here and another. Nobody wants to work together.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, right. Yeah.
8.66. Okay, we're getting ready to get started again. Could everybody please be quiet and respectable? I thank you for being so respectable. Two away.
We are.
Excuse me, would you mind introducing yourself, sir?
I'm sorry.
I don't think you ever did, so
I'm sorry.
the council might know who you are.
Sure, not a problem. My name is Dale Ellis. I grew up originally from Sand Springs, Oklahoma.
Use your mic, please.
I went to the University of Oklahoma for undergraduate school, the University of Tulsa for law school. I currently live just outside of Langley, Oklahoma, and I have been practicing law since 1987. I have represented various school boards, city councils. I've been judge, I've been member of councils, and now mainly up in the woods, as you might imagine, close to Langley, I end up doing mostly criminal cases, although I still do have a general practice of law. Thank you.
Thank you for that, sir.
Sure. Thank you for your hospitality. At this point, thank you. At this point, we discussed how to do this best for you so that you could kind of get a feel and not just be read to, is we're actually going to, I'm going to ask Chief Bunch about questions about each of these individual items and let you hear his answers. You have our answer to each article written. And so you can read along and watch those as well. But he kind of wanted to tell you, that it sounds so bad on paper when you read it. he wanted to tell you with his own words and his own mouth what actually happened in each one of these instances. We think that you'll see that everything in here was either a direct action of the council, something that was done on advice of council, or otherwise completely legal for Chief Bunch to do. And so we're just going to go through those and let you hear that, if that's fine. Starting with count one, they talk about a meeting that you had with council members without notification to the tribe. Can you just tell briefly the council what that meeting was, where it was, and why it wasn't required to have notice?
Okay, can everybody hear me? All right. On about May 17th, May 2017, I was invited to a luncheon, and a former council member had come to me and asked that we meet with an individual who may be able to help us. He was a grant writer. And the individual, there was one other council member that was there that was called, and that was Councilor Duval, myself. In actuality, a regular meeting is called 10 days in advance with an agenda. The secretary sends out a notice. This was not a scheduled meeting or a special meeting or anything of that nature. I did not call a meeting based on my discretion, nor did I have 7 council members who put in writing that they wanted me to have this meeting. So this was not a meeting, period.
Was there a quorum present at the meeting?
There was no quorum present at the meeting.
Was there any agenda? Was there any action officially taken on behalf of the tribe?
No agenda, no action taken on behalf of the tribe.
And there couldn't have been with only 2 present. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Now, can you tell them just generally what the purpose of the meeting was for, and then what became of the meeting?
The initial purpose of the meeting was to get reacquainted because we had a former chief that was there, a former council member that was there. As a matter of fact, Adeline, you walked by and seen us at that point and asked, and I'll say his name, Marvin Jones was there as well. And you asked whether if you're coming back to work and bringing us money. Basically, we were talking about looking at a grant writer
Where was this at now?
at Catfish Kitchen. May of 2017, some on or about then.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us what became of the meeting, this grant writer, and became of the meeting.
Basically, it was something of a sort. It's getting reacquainted. I've known Marvin for several years. I've known the former assistant chief or the former chief for many years, as well as the former council member. And it was just eat, talk about old times, and explore the opportunities that may be available with UKB.
All right. Now, based upon your meeting with this grant writer and seeing him, did you eventually take a recommendation to the board regarding him, or to the council, rather?
Yes, later on, I did bring a nomination to the council. I brought it up during the council meeting. The council at that time approved him as our grant writer, approved the nomination as a grant writer.
Now, was this grant writer a full-time employee?
No, he was not.
Was the grant writer a controller?
No,
Was the grant writer an executive or a director? Thank you very much.
no executive or director, a grant writer,
Okay, and this was a full-time or a part-time position?
part-time position.
So nothing about the previous regulations required you to do the posting and the research and all that sort of stuff that you do for HR in those kinds of positions. Is that right?
Correct.
Was the hiring of him by bringing him directly to the council done correctly?
Yes,
Okay. Now, and the chief and the council did approve him as grant writer. Is that
Yes.
correct? Now, they've made a complaint that you allowed him access to accounting software. By the way, did anybody ever ask you directly if he could have access to it?
no,
No?
No,
That just happened without anybody discussing it with you?
nobody discussed it with me.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the council why it would be important for him to be able to have access to our accounting software?
Grants on the basis of needs, sometimes the information that grant writers use in their development of our grants have to have financial information as well as employee. I know employees are not necessarily noted in that, but that type of information is a must for the grants.
So the information that was used in his grant writing was information that some of which he could get from accounting. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes, some,
And he had to have access to that
Yes.
information. As an employee of the tribe in a confidential grant writing position, was it proper for him to have access to that information then?
yes, yes.
And did you do anything outside the scope of your authority with regard to that grant writer submitting him to the council and allowing him to go to work?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, on count two, is there anything about count one that you would like to add to the council, by the way?
The information that was given earlier was, it talked about false budgets and indirect costs and things of that nature. I'd like to see the evidence in terms of what those may have been at that time.
Well, let's get to that. Let's get to that. That's not in one. We'll get to that later. On count two, there were people in the accounting staff that were fired for insubordination. Did you fire those people?
I did not.
Who fired those people?
The treasurer and the EDTO.
Okay. Now, after they were fired, was this sent to the Attorney General, Vaughn, I believe her name, for an
Yes.
opinion? What was her opinion about the firing of these accounting people?
After she reviewed the facts and talked with everyone, she deemed that it was a unauthorized termination.
All right. And this was a termination by the treasurer and the EDTO and not you, right?
Yes,
And so once you were advised by the Attorney General that the firing was illegal by the treasurer and EDTO, what did you do?
what happened after that was we called a special council meeting and the council heard from the Attorney General at that time and the talk of the firing and so on. And at that point in time, they were reinstated and put back to work.
So it wasn't even you that rehired them, it was the council that rehired them on advice of the Attorney General. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so then once they were rehired, it's my understanding that the supervision of these people changed somewhat. Can you describe why and how that came about?
I can, the supervision of the two at that time was, I believe, the treasurer had the supervision of them.
When they
Now-
were
now,
fired?
After they were fired, but because of the friction that was created by all this, they were supervised by someone else. At a later time, the council appropriated the secretary to be their supervisor.
It's my understanding that AG actually recommended at one point that HR supervise them. Is that right?
Correct, correct.
Did HR want to supervise them?
I don't believe they did.
Okay. So finally, we went along till we just asked the council who should supervise them. And the council decided that who was to supervise them?
The secretary.
The secretary. Now, was there a lull and was there a gap in there between the time that HR didn't want to and the council appointed secretary?
Yes.
Okay. basically at that point, had the board, by the way, and I keep saying the board, excuse me, the council, by the way, ever given the chief guidance with regard to who is in charge of personnel at the trial?
At the trial?
Tribe.
Of the tribe. Did I say trial? I'm sorry. In 2000, did the council give the chief guidance about who actually supervises employees for the tribe?
Yes, there was. There was a resolution in 2000, 61-A that gave the chief the CEO position over all employee activities.
And that is that attached to the members' packets as 00 UKB 61A?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Good.
yes, ma'am.
No, I'm trying to follow you. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So did it fall to you for a moment before the council could act that you had to do supervision of those accounting personnel?
Yes.
Was that a very short period of
Short
time?
period. Yes.
Okay. But did you ever declare yourself as their supervisor as it claims in count 2?
No.
No. It just kind of fell to you because nobody else wanted to do it for a little while. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in count 3, they're talking about your failure to supervise the staff and failure to ensure qualified persons were there, but the council had already made the decision about who was going to be there. They'd rehired those people, had they not?
Yes.
So that wasn't really your decision. That was the council's decision, right?
Council's decision.
Okay. And then shortly, as soon as the council could address it, the council named the secretary as the supervisor over the accounting people. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay. So did anything you do in that instance, a very short period of time where you had to be the supervisor of these people, did you do anything to cause them to slow down the return of our audit?
No.
Okay.
I encouraged it.
Okay. Now, as a matter of fact, as we understand right now, we have an audit due that's past due, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was the audit being slow or past due to anything that you did personally?
No.
Can you explain to the council the mechanics of what all happened to cause the audit to be past due?
I can try. Yes. Okay. November 2017, the council approved E.D. Bailey as the auditors. We waited until about March, somewhere in there, there was finally a engagement letter that was sent by E.D. Bailey to us.
Now, one of the things they said is you didn't send an engagement letter to them for 6 months later. Is that really true?
No, I didn't send a letter to them. It's their responsibility to accept the offer and send the engagement letter to us.
Now, but were they notified literally at the meeting? They were at the meeting and knew that night that they were hired as the auditing firm?
They should have been sometime afterwards, yes.
Okay. It wasn't 6 months later that they were notified that
Correct.
they were. And by the way, according to the Constitution, who is it that's supposed to notify them?
The secretary.
Treasurer.
Treasurer.
Secretary.
Secretary, treasurer.
It's not even your job under the Constitution to make those kinds of notification about the council, is it?
No.
And then the letter, they're referring to a memorandum and actually an email we got back from them that is simply their confirming letter that they have been hired by us. And that was the letter that was sent 6 months later.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, and it detailed the scope of work to be done and so on and so forth.
It wasn't anything you did
No.
that you, in other words, the tribe didn't wait 6 months to tell them that they'd been hired.
Correct.
All right. Now,
Additionally, along with trying to explain this, with the change in our staff, well, this was a new accounting firm. The new accounting firm took some time to know us, to get our history, get our records, get our so on and so forth. As we had to learn what they wanted, that was going to be a new learning curve. We're already, by the time they started, we're getting ready to be behind. We're already behind.
right. Would you say that part of the problem then was just that the accounting firm was hired late in the year and they had difficulty
Yes.
putting it all together in
Yeah.
time to get it done?
Yes.
Can you identify anything actually that you did directly that would have caused that audit to be late in any way?
No.
All right. Did you ever tell anybody to withhold information or be slow with information or do anything directly to cause the audit firm not to get what they wanted in time?
No, I encouraged it. I encouraged it to happen.
And of course, the argument about the fact that you didn't put qualified people in there is overdone by the fact that the council actually named the people that were the accountants, correct?
They would be the hiring, yes.
Okay,
One of them anyway, yeah.
all right. Now, there was an accounting supervisor then that in the middle of all of this that quit. Can you tell us why that accounting supervisor actually quit?
What the article of impeachment says is that she quit because she didn't want to move to a new location. The actuality of it all was that she got a reduction in pay with no reduction in duties as well. This
So-
comes straight from, yes.
So let me tell you this, they reduced her pay. Did they get, who reduced her pay, by the way?
The EDTO and the treasurer.
Okay. Did the EDTO get council authority before they lowered her pay?
I didn't see a resolution on anything of that nature.
Was there any kind of anything in the Constitution that would appear to allow the EDTO or the treasurer to unilaterally lower her pay?
No,
And so the lady got her pay lowered by something like $3 an hour,
yes,
no reduction in pay, so she quit. Would
She
that be
quit.
fair to say?
yes,
Okay, so then you're left with that, and we're kind of in a crisis because we're behind. We've got a new audit firm. We've already had 2 accounting people quit, and you felt we were in a bind at that point. Would that be fair?
we were in a bind. We only had one person left, and she was a account clerk, and this is snowballing on us at this time.
Right. So, did you contact somebody to see what sort of authority you had in such a emergency situation?
Contacted the Attorney General and asked him whether if I had emergency hire powers. And he informed me that he hadn't seen anything to the contrary. In other words, there's nothing, if what he hadn't seen, that yes, I could in this predicament. And at the same token, that once that happened, the council could come behind me and approve it afterwards or deny it at that point.
So, based on his recommendation, then it's my understanding that you went ahead and hired this lady back.
Yes, I talked to the accountant and brought her back. Yes,
Okay. Were you able to restore her pay?
yes,
Her pay had been illegally reduced. Would that
yes.
be
Well, the
your statement?
council did that. So,
Well, the council undid it, right?
right.
Okay. So then, then you took it to the council 2 weeks later and the council ratified and agreed with you and brought her back. Would that be a fair statement?
Somewhere in there, yes.
Okay. But the council did ratify it, bring her back and reinstate her pay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, then after that, it talks about her working off of site and having access to accounting information off site. Can you tell us why she worked off site after that? And if there was in fact any problems with her using our accounting software remotely?
She worked off-site temporarily. I approved that with regard to remote access as well. And the reason being was because of the friction within the offices. Once that friction was resolved by them, the accounting girls having the opportunity to move their office away from where they were located, she came back to work, everything was fine.
Was there ever any breach of I'm losing my ability to speak. Was there ever any breach of confidentiality of private information that resulted from her working at home?
No,
Did you ever get hacked into or lose any information?
no, no,
Did she work well from home as far as you could tell?
yes,
And then that was just for a temporary time and she came back and worked at the office once additional space
Yes.
opened up. Is that right?
correct.
All right. Now, once again, at that juncture, had the secretary already been appointed as the supervisor over accounting, or was that during that lull period where you had to do it before they did
Yes.
anything? Was that during the lull period?
Mhm.
They appointed him in February 2018.
Right, that's right around the secretary coming on board.
Okay. So it's right around that time.
Right.
There may have been some overlap. So did you do anything outside of your authority with this regard, with regard to this lady that was fired and rehired?
No,
Okay. Are any allegations that you failed to improve the general welfare of the band instead of self-governments as they claimed here?
no,
Okay. Was everything you did in the best interest of the tribe and to help the tribe?
yes, in the best interest of the tribe.
All right. Now, as to count 4, they talk about the EDTO was hired and Chief Harold Bunch placed him within his supervisory control, micromanaging his time and actions, harassed him, didn't allow him to do his work, and there was critical information that the accounting staff, they're back to the accounting staff under Chief Joe Harold Bunch failed to provide. Can you describe for the council what really happened with regard to the EDTO? Count 4.
Okay. In regard to that, when you look at any organizational chart, it's pretty standard that the chief executive officer, or chief in this case, is on top. And below there, all the different generals and captains and so on are below them at that time. He was another administrative staff that was below me. In terms of harassing, I don't understand why I was harassing by asking for daily updates, schedules, keep me informed of what his duties lie for the day. I don't understand that, even at that.
Were you just trying to keep yourself informed of crucial issues regarding
Exactly.
the tribe?
And find out updates on general projects that's going on and what projects were going on.
By the way, did you ever cause any critical information which were needed by the audit firm not to be provided to the audit firm?
No,
Okay. As a matter of fact, did you always encourage the accounting department to provide any information they wanted to see?
we want this audit to be done. As a matter of fact, even today, to this day, we're still inquiring about where we're at in the audit as far as we go. No, I did not do anything to keep information from flowing.
We'll talk about that in a bit. But at this point, because the audit is late, and we've already agreed that the audit's not late because of anything you did, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, they told us a person came to the council and told them that there were going to have to be layoffs because of the lateness of this audit. And the council took some action. Can you describe what happened and what the council did?
They removed the individuals from work.
Okay.
Removed the account team.
So somebody actually came to the council and complained, and it was the council's response to fire them essentially.
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that as an individual?
No, I did not.
Did the council do that as a whole?
Yes,
Was that just a motion made and action taken by the council itself?
correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, did you even get to vote on that?
No, I did not.
There was no tie, so you didn't even vote on it. It was just something done by the other 12 members of the council.
Correct.
Okay. So obviously you couldn't have done anything wrong because you didn't do anything, right?
Right.
Okay. Now in count 6, it talks about the count that Harold Bunch did instruct the council, Joe Harold Bunch, to vote no, and the motion was made to reappoint a corporate board member to the corporate board. He said that on 3 occasions. So in the first place, tell the council whether you did in fact ask them to vote no in that particular instance and what you actually did do.
What I did do was clarify the vote. Vote no if you didn't want to continue the contract, or vote yes if you did.
Okay. So did you urge them to one way or the other?
No,
Was that your intention?
no,
Now, as a matter of fact, you are a member of the tribal council. Is that correct?
correct.
As tribal council, do you have the right and obligation to actually comment on things that are before the council if you have an opinion?
Yes,
Would it have been a violation of your job, your duties, your authority to have urged them to vote one way or another if that's the way you had felt? Would it have been a violation of your obligations to say, I think you
Yes.
folks ought to vote no, or I think you folks ought to vote
yes,
yes?
if I didn't say anything about it, yes,
You didn't do that, but it would have been totally within your power to do so.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, by bringing this up, giving their options, did you do anything against the Constitution or the laws of the Katuah Band?
no.
All right. Now, let's go over to Article 2. I hope you're following us. We tried to write these things out simply so that everybody could, sometimes testimony doesn't come across so easily, so we kind of tried to write it out to give you an idea. But count 1 of Article 2 says on December 27th, you called a special meeting for removing the chairman of the corporate board. And this unlawful act was later overturned by the Attorney General. And it says you continued to engage in unconstitutional actions and harassment. Can you tell the board the council what actually happened here in 2016, by the way?
Yes. At that time, the council member was at either didn't run or was beaten, and her term was soon be ending at the end of the month. And at that point, I called a meeting to remove one of the council members. And at that time, I was looking
Remove the council members from the corporate board,
from the
right?
corporate board, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And at that point, I was looking at section 204, appointment of the corporate board members. And it says, no more than 2 corporate board members may be members of the tribal council. Meaning that once she lost, in my mind, once she lost her council seat, we had a requirement to replace that with another corporate or another council member.
And before you took that action, did you call and talk to the Attorney General and get their opinion about that same issue?
Yes, I did. And at that time, yes.
Did the Attorney General agree with that assessment that
Yes.
because this person had lost their seat on the
Yes.
council, they should lose their seat on the corporate board?
Yes,
Okay. So that was shortly before New Year's of 2016, I take it.
correct.
All right. Now, when you got back from New Year's, did you hear something contrary from the AG? Did he tell you something different than he'd originally told you?
Yes, at that point, I was told that I needed to take a different action if I intended to remove the corporate board member from the corporate board.
Right. So-
And that by doing so, since I didn't do it that way, I was to reinstate the member. At that time, we reinstated the member.
So you went back to the council and reinstated the member, is that right?
I went back to the member and reinstated her.
Reinstated her.
Council.
Okay.
Excuse me, Counselor, can I
Sure.
interrupt real quick? I just
Sure.
want to clarify that the AG at the time was not me.
Yes.
That was the
Correct,
prior
correct.
AG.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And actually, there's,
It was you.
I like that. Actually, there's a time when your name's going to come up and it's really harmless, but I'll point that out. But yes, as of all of these times, none of them have been him.
Thank you. Yes.
Um, in any event, when you discovered that he didn't think, he had changed his mind and he said, I don't think we did this properly, you went ahead and put her right back on the board.
Correct.
How much time was she actually off of the board?
3 days, week, maybe?
Okay, it was right over New Year's holiday, correct?
Correct.
As far as you know, did she miss any official business?
Not to my knowledge.
As far as I know, did she miss any official pay?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and basically, once the AG told you that he'd made a mistake, you put her back on, and other than kind of being irritated over the holiday, is she got
Well-
everything back like it should have been?
Once she told me that, yes, I did put her back to work, yes.
Okay,
There's another item I do want to point out. There is precedence in this, and in 2005, there was a council member that, actually 2011, April 2nd, 2011, by resolution, an individual was replaced on the EDTO, the KEDA board, Katua Enterprise Development Authority Board, was removed because he lost his seat on the
on the
council at that time, so.
And that probably is what the AG was looking at as well when he made that opinion, wouldn't you think so?
May have been. yes.
All right, now, count two,
Can
they
I ask
talk
a
about
question
you-
on that, though?
say what?
Can I ask a question on that?
Absolutely.
That would just, a court on that right there. So the council voted to remove her on that one? Is that what I'm getting? The
Yes.
council voted to remove her?
Yes,
And then the AG made an opinion and said that she should be, it was done wrong.
yes,
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then, so you reinstated her
Yeah,
or the
correct.
council reinstated her?
I reinstated her,
So
yes,
the council didn't go back and reinstate her?
You took-
correct,
You took it back to the council 2 or 3 weeks later, didn't you?
afterwards, yes.
So it was ratified later then? Okay.
Wasn't ratified, but we did talk about it, yes,
So you didn't leave the council out of the loop on the deal, is the bottom line.
Right.
When you were told that you all had done it wrong.
correct.
Okay. Now, in count two, they talk about calling a special meetings for the purpose of repealing the corporate act. And did you call a special meeting, and what kind of action did the council take with regard to repealing the corporate act?
Yes. The council came together and repealed the corporate act.
Okay. This wasn't an action you took alone.
No, the council voted and removed the corporate board,
This was once again an action taken by the council and not you personally.
correct.
Did the corporate board, did the council at some point change its mind and reverse itself on that issue?
A week later, they came back and repealed the act.
Okay,
In other words, they've removed the first repeal and put them back in place.
they put them back in place.
Yes,
Was that again done by the council?
yes,
Was that anything done by you?
no,
Did you even get to vote on any of those things?
I don't think so.
Okay, because you only get to vote in case of a tie.
Yes,
So you were there, you were present, but it was an action again taken by the corporate board and not you.
yes,
Okay. On count three, they talked about you conspired with a member of a corporate board to disrupt the corporate board and pass a resolution to remove 2 officers from the board without benefit of a hearing. The motion was defeated, the attempt of a thrower, all of these things. Again, tell us what really happened there in count three.
I'm really not sure, other than there was a motion made
Right?
and the council didn't approve it. And that was the end
Did
of.
you make the motion?
No,
Okay, so you went to a council meeting, someone else made a motion to take these people off the board,
yes,
and the council didn't approve it.
Right.
Did you do anything except conduct the meeting?
conduct the meeting.
Okay, did you do anything individually or improper against the law or against the Constitution?
No,
All right, in number 4, it says you work behind the scenes to circumvent the corporate board by trying to engage others in other business ventures, and that you tried to engage the former Creek Nation chief to be the tribe's economic advisor. At count 4, can you tell the board the council what really happened at that instance?
The former chief and I are old friends. We go back 30, 40 years. And here I get a call one day and says, hey, I'd like to meet with you and visit with you. I said, okay, we'll do that. In regards to what this is suggesting is, no, there was never any mention of business or anything of that nature between the two of us. The simple fact is that not only did we know each other, but being a chairman and a vice chairman of Native American organizations within the state and being a part of organizations nationally, as well as being chief, I would get calls from people and would want to know how we're doing and what we can do and so on. And to be frank with you, I turned that information over to the chairman of the corporate board.
Did you ever try to engage this guy to be economic advisor?
No,
Did you ever nominate him or make any deal with him?
no,
Did you ever make any deals with him whatsoever?
none.
None. So basically, you talk to some guy and that's it. And they're wanting to say somehow that you violated the Constitution or laws by just talking to some guy?
Yes.
Okay. Count 5, it says you distributed an unofficial financial document to the tribal council. You need to be false. Did you make copies of that, by the way?
Yes.
Do you have them here?
Yes.
Will you give those to members of the council? You good?
Everybody get one?
I think we got a couple of people at the end that hadn't got them yet. Okay, now explain to the council what these documents are and why they are not false.
Okay, when you look at that, down on the bottom, you'll see page 80. That page 80 came out of the information that was passed out by the tribe. Those are the numbers that I passed out, was allegedly talked about, or I did talk about. When you go to the next page, you'll see United Katua Band Corporation, Statement of Revenues and Expenditures. You'll see from 10/1/16 to 3/17. You'll see revenues, you'll see expenditures.
The bottom line is, Chief, is the first page is number 80 is the documents you prepared, correct?
Yes, that's the one I prepared.
That's
yes.
the one you prepared and submitted.
Yeah.
And the second page is a document that our own, that was created internally, correct?
Correct.
Did
Internal.
all the numbers off of page 1 come off of page 2?
Yes,
So the only way that the information you could have given would have been false is if they created false information in the first place.
yes,
So you essentially, when you made that document, you just copied and rewrote down on a different piece of paper the same information they'd given to you.
yes.
Okay. And when you did that, did you find a discrepancy in their numbers?
Yes, at the time, there's actually two 3/1/17s. On the first page, well, on page 81, you'll see the month 3/1/17, and on the very back, you'll see I'm sorry, not on the very back, but on page 83, you'll see 3117. Those numbers are a little bit different. One's a little bit more than the other, but
And was your purpose in presenting this document simply to show the discrepancy and ask why and where the money was?
yes,
Is that anything outside the duties of what a chief should do?
that's what a chief should do, because
If you find a discrepancy, do you think that you're obligated to bring it to the board or to the council or to anybody and discuss it and see what's up with it?
no, to bring it to the board and the council, yes,
Okay, so you did, and that's what you did.
yes.
And did you ever get an answer to your question?
Well, no, I haven't.
And so they're trying to say that you took their records, found a discrepancy, brought it to their attention, but somehow you should be impeached for finding a mistake somebody else made.
No, they're saying that I fabricated a document, therefore I should be impeached.
But the documents you take, we can look at page 1 and page 2 and see your numbers came right off of their numbers,
Correct.
right?
It came off of
Okay.
their numbers.
So did you fabricate a document?
No,
Okay. Now, under count 6, it says you conspired with certain members of the corporate board to pass laws that are unconstitutional, directed at a single person. Your oppressive and harassive actions are violations of some laws because they passed a resolution that a corporate board member can hold only one position. By the way, is the corporate board mentioned in the Constitution anywhere?
no,
Does anybody in the tribe have a constitutional right to sit on the corporate board?
no.
Is a corporate board purely created and overseen by the council itself?
Yes,
Okay. Now, explain to the council what this motion was and what it did.
the corporate board had an individual that was clearly working three different positions. And I suppose the council insisted that they only be allowed to work one. They made a resolution, made in second, and it passed to create that. Now, that's not entirely out of the scene as far as it goes. It wasn't intended to single anyone out. It was only to that individual work one job.
So the reality of it is once again, this was a resolution put to the board that the board voted on and passed, not an individual action taken by you.
The council, yes, the council
by the
was brought
council.
to the council. Yes.
And does this resolution passed by the council violate the Constitution in any way? Does it violate our Constitution in any way?
No,
Okay. On count 7, as a matter of fact,
Sir, and I'm looking on this too, and in that situation, it looks like that particular person was acting as the director, the secretary, the treasurer, and a member. So there was 4 positions at that time.
correct.
And so the motion by the council was to just hold one position.
one position.
Okay.
And then, obviously they got mad at him when he tried to enforce the council's resolution. On count 7, during a November 17, 2019 council meeting, you improperly influenced council by telling them to vote no, and we're back to this, to vote no 3 times to approve an act. Did you tell the council to vote no on an act?
No,
Okay. Was that the instance where you explained to them you can either vote no or you can vote yes and explained it to them?
clarify the vote, yes.
Okay. And again, number 7, they're talking about the resolution stating a corporate board can hold one position only. Is that the one that they were talking about there?
Yes,
And
I believe it is, yes.
really, frankly, when we read it, we're we're a little bit confused about what 7 even means. But it gets down to the end after a bunch of rambling, and it talks about Harold Bunch served as a chairman of the corporate board for 1 year and is fully aware of the mismanagement and Medicaid fraud that was discovered under the former board.
Correct.
Can you tell the board what really happened there?
We were, when we first came on board and started looking at all this, we were in dismay. The lending programs had a series of contracts that were clearly not in our favor, and we spent time with that. The other side was the treatment center that we believed that was operating above board and operating and doing well. But at closer examination, we began to realize that no, it wasn't. And about that time, before that even take place, I moved to the back to the tribe. And with that, the person that found the information that was that the treatment center wasn't doing well and there was the announcement of fraud and so on, informed me that the reason you didn't know about it was I was instructed not to talk with you about it.
Now, wait a
And I
minute.
was instructed not to come and bring the information to the council. I was never invited to any of the meetings.
Did someone actively told a whistleblower not to give you that information? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Someone told the person who discovered the information not to talk to me. Yes,
Not to tell, in other words, they were hiding it from you.
yes,
Yet they're claiming in this impeachment that you should have known about it
exactly.
when they were actually hiding it. Did they hide it from the council too?
Yes,
Has it just been recently that you found out about it?
recently,
Really?
because of this hearing, yes.
Okay,
Can we,
sure.
can we kind of get a clarification on that? I think there's a little confusion here with
Absolutely.
what you're,
And you were a member of some board at some junction, a former corporate authority board member. And what they said that you sat on that board, is that
Yeah.
right? And then what they're
Yes.
complaining of is that somewhere before you were there, that somebody may have mismanaged some funds.
Correct.
And that
Correct.
somehow you should be impeached now because somebody before you mismanaged funds and you didn't know about it.
Correct.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
And the reality of it is now once they tried to file impeachment over that, somebody came forward and told you that they actually knew about it and were told to hide that from you and not let you know about it.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And were they also told to hide that from the council?
I believe it says they wasn't invited to the council or bring any of the information to the council.
Okay. So rather than you not knowing about it, whoever wrote this actually was part of trying to hide it from you so you wouldn't know about it. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Excuse me, Counselor, could you clarify what is specifically being hid? I'm confused on that right there.
Can you tell them about what is being, if you know, even by now, what were they hiding?
What were they hiding? They were hiding the information. They were hiding the information that we had fraudulent activities with the Medicare fraud. We didn't, that's why I didn't know about it. I wouldn't get the information from the corporate board.
Has anybody ever been able to
Now,
determine?
now, later on, yes, you brought that to the council, but the initial part of it, no, that stuff never came
I
out.
think, I'd like to just, if I may, rebut just a minute there. I think the information the chief's talking about was the fraud, Medicaid fraud that we discovered. And there, we had engaged a company to do a forensics audit. And while the former Attorney General was still here in, I believe it was May or June, I'd have to go back and look, and we'd have to look at the minutes of the council meeting. I disclosed at that point in time, sir, of what had been taking place and what we found in the forensics audit. And we had turned that information over to the FBI, and I was chastised by the AG at that time. So that information was available in 2017. That's all I got to say.
Okay, so-
But was that information available after the forensics audit? Was that something given to the entire council?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So it really, this is false. The entire council had it anyway. No?
I don't know what, I'd have to go back at this charge. I just got it at the same time you did.
Okay,
So
okay.
that's why we're going to go in discussion here. in this order.
Well, we all did lots of reading really
Yeah,
fast, and
I
I
agree.
apologize to you for that, because we spent all weekend reading day and night.
I understand.
So there's one other document that you made 20 or so copies of that came to do with firing the EDTO. Do you still have those documents? Give me half of those and I'll pass them out, and you can pass the other half of them out. Okay. Here, take the seventh one. We got cheap. Okay. Does everybody have one? Yeah, you've got it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Chief, you're criticized at one point for firing the EDTO. The council rehired him, and then the council got to thinking maybe you were right, and they took it back up again. Can you tell the council what this document is that we just handed back out to them?
The document is some findings on a investigation where I was charged with some of the similar things that was mentioned here.
Let me stop you. This is the one where Clint, our Attorney General, actually had a little bit of hand in, and that he asked somebody else to do it.
Yes,
So that's
Correct.
the only place he's mentioned these, and he did not take this direct action. It was sent for somebody else to do. So I promised I'd mention you when you
Yes.
came up. Go ahead.
now, rather than to really harp on it and without, and not disclose a whole lot, the information was that I was found of no wrongdoing. The individuals that were charged with issues in that were no wrongdoing. But the interesting thing was, it was the recommendation behind it. It pretty much indicated things that, things like wasn't a tribal member. The individual that the EDTO at that time was not a tribal member.
Let
and so on.
let me talk to you specifically about those so they can get to it. You recommended that this person be fired. The council didn't go along with that, but then it came to light that your original thoughts were correct. Is that
Correct.
correct? And tell the council what you actually ended up finding out about this fellow.
When we initially brought him on board, there was a resume that had identified a quality education and things of this nature, and we didn't even,
He told you
Go
that he
from there.
graduated from Berkeley, right?
Right.
Was that true?
not to my knowledge, no.
He went to Berkeley, but he never graduated as far as you could
Correct.
tell. Now, so that part of his application was false. Did it turn out, did he tell you about his criminal background?
No. And then had none.
What criminal background did you find out that he actually had?
Some felonies, driving felonies, DWI felonies and things of this nature.
He had 2 felony DUIs, right?
Correct,
Which meant that he had several non-felony DUIs as well.
correct. Didn't have any driver's
He
license?
didn't have a driver's license. He basically wasn't qualified to do what he was hired to do. Is that
Correct.
correct? By the way, were you the one that brought him and recommended him for the job originally?
No,
Okay. That was done by somebody else who had a meeting with him that brought him to the council, right?
correct.
but they're not trying to impeach them for bringing him to the council, right?
No.
Okay, but, but it turns out this fellow that they brought didn't have the education he thought he had. We thought he had. He didn't. He had a criminal record we didn't know he had. He didn't have a driver's license. And according to the investigation appointed by the Attorney General, was totally unqualified for his job. And they recommended that he be terminated. Was that essentially the bottom line?
Correct.
And is that what happened?
Well,
Go ahead.
it wasn't the Attorney General making that statement. It was the special prosecutor at that time.
It was
So,
the
yeah.
investigator that
Yes.
the
Yeah.
AG appointed, right? Okay. So do you feel like the actions you took in this instance were correct, done without malice, done for the best interest of the tribe?
Best interest of the tribe.
And it turns out that you were right about that all along, wasn't it? Okay.
Counselor,
Sure.
I'd like to add something to this.
Absolutely.
I see your date is November 1st, 2018,
Correct.
when this individual filed or made this report, I guess.
Right.
This individual was engaged to merely investigate an email chain of probably hundreds and hundreds of emails that she wasn't she wasn't engaged to investigate the gentleman that you're referring to. Does that make sense what I'm saying? It was brought on for another purpose other than what the report shows.
Actually, it says that a complaint, I think what had happened, we tried to look back in that, if you don't mind me talking back,
Oh, but I'm just saying the date.
is it actually was a complaint by this fellow and they started the investigation and then that's just what all they found.
The actual firing.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, these findings by the special prosecutor
Right.
were attorney-client privileged, and I would like to ask everyone today not to pass these to anyone other than council members or attorneys for council members, because if you do, you lose the attorney-client privilege and
Sure.
potentially attorney work product, and it could be used against you. So
Sure.
please keep the special prosecutor's memo confidential.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, while you're hanging on to yours, keep it while you argue. But if you don't mind, give it back to the AG. But keep it for argument purposes. You've got to keep it.
That's a great point, Counselor, and I appreciate you bringing that up because at the end of our discussion, all of these documents need to be turned back in, not for public. Thank you.
We'd be happy with that. Was there anything else that we have missed that we didn't go through, Chief, that you can think of?
The packet was very, very large.
Yeah.
Was that the charges were very, very large. We took on 13 charges with 3, 4, 5 little charges in between all of that. Believe you me, if I get the opportunity to be on board continue to be on board, I will work my darndest to make sure nobody has to go through this type of process again. So with that, that's it for me.
Okay.
We-
I don't know if I could, do I call you Assistant Chief?
That's fine.
Assistant Chief? It seems kind of funny. Assistant Chief, if you don't mind, I think this would be a point, we might be done. Can you give us another 5 minutes to smoke a cigarette, air out for a second and talk about it?
Does the council have any objections to a 5-minute?
I
Everybody, I think
object.
you object? You object?
No, not really.
Oh, I don't, is it the general consensus? No? You don't object? Okay, let's give him 5 minutes, like the gentleman asked for, and then we're going to go to executive session following that.
Thank
Okay?
you, sir.
Thank you.
Should it be client attorney only? Client attorney only? Boy, they're asking for 5 minutes. Yeah. And you like, all of them, there's.
Regular minutes. No, no, I remember. No, no, I guess.
Last week, we had to repeat like for 5 minutes to clarify how to vote. They started voting backwards. So, for the change to repeat it 3 times, that's about normal property procedure for all of our resolutions and everything. I think we may. I think we have to, according to the procedures of the committee. I think we have to. Hopefully it don't take too long. We just go.
Beg your pardon? Well, I think we're ready. Let's get it over. We got a long night ahead of us. Long night. Who we missing? Adeline.
Okay, where are my set of articles? Did you grab my articles of impeachment? I can't find them suddenly. Here they are. Scared me.
I'm ready. They're gonna ask me what? I'm not understanding what you're saying. Well, let them try to, let them try. I don't know if you're.
Okay, excuse me, we're getting ready to get started here. We've, offered 5 minutes, and I think we went over that a little bit. And Counselor and Chief Bunch have got, still got the floor. And so at this point, I guess you're about ready to wrap it up, I'm
We-
assuming, so.
We have about 5 or 6 questions, and then we're gonna wrap it up and let you guys do it. Is that okay?
That's fine. Okay, start with your questions.
All right. These questions are for the drafter of this document, Barry Dotson.
Mr. Dotson, are you willing to accept questions from the
You
council?
can ask me anything you want to ask me.
Okay.
Miss,
Hold on.
We have to have that on for the record.
sure. Mr. Dotson, are you the person that submitted the actually 9 pages that constitute the articles of impeachment against the chief?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the first part of your question.
Sure. Are you the elected official who submitted the 9 pages constituting the articles of impeachment against the chief?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Does your signature appear on the back of that document on page 9?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Does your signature mean that you know that all of the facts and allegations made therein are true?
Go over that again. I didn't understand all of it.
Does your signature indicate that all of the facts in this articles of impeachment are true?
I can't answer that question.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you know whether all of the facts hands?
There's no way I could know all that. I don't know.
Is that what you're telling us?
That's exactly what I'm saying to you. How would I know whether they were true or not? I didn't grill anybody, ask them any questions or anything. All I done was read the thing and it looked legitimate to me. I took it to the secretary and filed it, and that was it.
So you came to the council asking them to kick the chief out of his job, banish him from the tribe, not even knowing if the allegations you made were true. Is that correct?
How could I know that? There's
Well-
no way I could have known whether they were true or not.
So you submitted them to the tribe, not even knowing if what you were asking them to do was based in fact.
I'm looking at the evidence and it looks fair to me. I filed it and that was it.
And that was it. You didn't write this. It's pretty
No,
fair
I
to
did
say.
not write it.
Who wrote this?
I have no idea.
Really? Did it just pop up on your porch one morning? How'd you get it?
How in the world would I know who wrote it?
Well,
I
where
have
did
no
you,
idea.
where did you get it?
It was handed to me right up front. I accepted it. I didn't even know what it was all about. I looked at it and I seen what it was. I looked it over. I said, well, I brought it to Joyce and filed it.
It's got you. I noticed that your name is typed on below where you signed it. See your name's typed on there? Who did you talk to about before it was
You
prepared?
betcha, that's my signature on there. It
Yeah,
sure
and-
is.
And see where your name is typed on there beneath it? It was prepared and put your name on it before you signed it, wasn't it?
I don't believe that's correct.
Okay. The, who gave it to you?
Who gave it to me?
Right.
I refuse to answer that question.
Really? Why? Why do you not want us to know who's made these allegations that you don't know are true?
Because it's not for me to reveal. If they want to come forward and say who it was, that suits me just fine.
But you're willing to submit a document that you don't know is
I
whether it's
already
true.
done it. I'm not willing to do anything. I've already done it.
Right. You already did it. You submitted a document you don't know is true, asking for the tribe to take somebody's
That's
job.
absolutely correct. I couldn't go through the thing and document everything and say this is true and this is not true. Mr. Attorney, you're asking stupid questions.
Oh, okay. Okay. Did you try to even verify if anything on there was true?
Verify it?
Yeah.
What do you mean verify it?
Go ahead.
I had no way to verify anything. How would I know how to verify anything?
All right.
You're talking to a gentleman that has been in front of judges and whatever. I used to be a deputy sheriff, so, you know.
Counselor, I believe he's answered your questions, so I think.
All right.
that,
We'll leave it at there. We will rest. And for the purposes of, once again, preserving the record, sorry, I just can't help myself. I'm too much of a lawyer.
That's all right.
We will move for directed verdict because there was no evidence presented by the tribe, all of the evidence, and so it should automatically be ruled in favor of the chief. Sorry.
I believe that we're going to go into executive session now and go over all this evidence that the chief has presented. It's in contrary to the charges. I think in all fairness to our tribe, in all fairness to the chief, we need to examine all this stuff very, very delicately because the future of our tribe depends on this information. So we're going to go into executive session right now. The official time is 8:19. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Chief.
Where y'all going?
Excuse me, yeah, okay.
motion or directed
Yeah,
verdict.
to do what?
We're gonna go over to
Directed
the light
verdict.
building.
In other words, better than theirs, it's a matter of law.
I didn't mean it to take you.
That's all right, that's all right. You're welcome.
About 30 years, huh? They said a lot of things that I didn't agree with.
Have we got a bus or something we're gonna go on, or we're gonna drive our own vehicles, or what? Are we gonna walk over there? Is that?
I think you got a bus.
Drive, it's just right there, isn't it?
Where you walk that far? Did you walk that far?
Where's it at? It's just right there.
Yeah.
If I can, I'll crawl.
Okay. Get your paperwork.
Hey, Barry, you could have drawn, you could have
You could've done what?
drawn me out of the bus. I don't care.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, I taught Ramsey County Water State. I've been certified in forensics for 12 years now. Actually, well, I think it's less because somebody stole a bunch of it. I mean, when you got $1 million in flowers and it's under $20,000, it's like $100,000 after that. I could deal with the guy who
Yeah.
get a good kick from it.
Juking and jiving. More them than me. I've been sick, coughing all night long. I woke up that way.
Oh, Lordy.
This right here, they put bleach on this. Y'all watch these bleach? I can tell. I got sensitive teeth. It should. Just gonna vote, but they want to go on each camp. Instead of going down, votes, they can go to each camp.
Sound that stuff.
all back?
I think so.
Ready? Okay, thank you for waiting so patiently, and I apologize it took long, but there was a lot of stuff to cover. I'm going to call this meeting back into order, exiting executive session at 11:43 PM. Okay, we have reviewed the documentation, all the articles and the documentation that Chief Bunch presented to him and his council. And so it is time now to take a vote, and the secretary will call for the vote on each counts individually. I would like to say that after the vote is complete, and after the benediction, if anyone has any questions, they will have to be directed to the Attorney General. That's the way it is.
Okay, council, before I call for vote, on page 8, under all the, if you'll recall, just before we exited, count 7 will be known as into count 6. So it'll just be 6 counts.
Article C, count 7.
It'll be, yeah, there'll be no vote on that count 7. It's included to be in count 6. Okay, council, as I begin to read them, I will call for a vote on each count. When I call that vote, yes will be a remedy to impeach, no would be not to impeach on that count. Is that clear? Is that clear enough? Okay.
Repeat that one more time, please.
Okay, yes, your yes vote would be to impeach on that count. A no would be not to impeach on that count.
Watch out not to influence.
Do what? Okay. It is known here as Article 1, the violation of Constitution and bylaws of the United Katua Band of Turkey Indians, Oklahoma, ratified October, and crimes and punishment. Under those articles, there will be one, and that is your article references, this. Okay, that's the one I'm going to go by.
Okay.
Okay. And then we will go with count 1. That'd be Article 1, count 1. Okay, I'm going to call for vote. Eddie? Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella Mae?
Yes.
Adeline?
Yes.
Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Joyce? No. Peggy?
Yes.
Okay, Jamie,
Yes.
Charles,
No.
Barry,
Yes.
Jeff.
No.
Okay, I will read the count or the votes for count one under Article 1. Under yes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Under no, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have an 8 count vote. That one will carry.
We will object to that because it requires 2/3 of the council. It requires 9 to carry.
We just said, and I forgot, I apologize for not saying that, we're going to go by the precedent of the last impeachment we had, and it's 8 votes. So,
Well, the last impeachment. they-
well, you'll be able to argue that. We're going to carry forth here. We're going to carry on right here. You can argue that in court if you want to file the appeal. Thank you.
Okay, count 2. Under Article 1, count 2.
By the way, before we go a little bit further, I need to raise one more issue. Is that since the assistant chief is sitting in the stead of the chief is not allowed to vote except.
We understand that, sir. We understand.
Well, I
that.
have to raise the issue.
Okay, well,
And
you
so
raised
the
it,
issue
so.
is you are not supposed to be voting because you are sitting in the stead of the chief, so your vote.
Well,
also
that's
does not count.
that's arguable. Go ahead. Carry on, Secretary.
So does that mean that you're not gonna put it before the board to vote on? You're just
We've already
gonna
talked
listen
about
to
that, sir. We've already talked about
You
it,
and I didn't
discussed it.
discuss this, and I
The chief wrote it, the chief was assistant chief in his position in the last impeachment hearing, he voted.
This
So
is-
we're taking that as a precedent here, sir. So, sir, we're done. Go ahead and you'll be able to go ahead
That was
and
not
go.
contested in the last time.
It doesn't make any difference. We're going to
This
go
is
through with this
contested
and then
here.
you can contest it and you can file your appeal. Carry on.
Okay, council, Article 1, count 2. I will call for vote. Eddie?
No.
Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline?
No.
Frankie?
No.
Sharon?
Yes.
Joyce? No. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles?
No.
Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Okay, under the yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Under no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, Attorney General, we have a tie vote.
Well, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because it's a failed
It's a
vote.
failed vote.
It takes
Okay.
it takes 8 to carry it, so it's a failed vote.
Okay. Okay, Article 1, count 2, failed vote. Okay, Article 1, count 3. I will call for vote. Eddie?
No.
Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline?
Yes.
Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I vote, Joyce, no. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Charles, Barry,
Yes.
Jeff.
No.
Okay, I will call votes. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that carries. Okay. Okay, Article 1, count 4. I will call for vote. Eddie?
No.
Jeannie?
Yes.
May?
Yes.
Adeline?
No.
Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Joyce? No. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes. Hey, any more of that, and I'll have you removed, okay? Light horse? Escort out.
You're not representing your people and you're disrespecting your elders.
In your opinion,
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, sir. But you will never be chief.
I'm just doing my job here.
No.
Carry on, Secretary.
Okay. The last vote was by Jamie. Charles? Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, failed vote. Okay. Let's count.
4.
Okay. Okay, council, Article 1. Count 5.
Could you,
Excuse me.
kind of reflect back on this one and kind of refresh our memory?
The count
We've all
5?
got paperwork
Okay.
that's all
The
mixed
count
up.
5?
Yes.
The count 5 is the minutes and the testimony of, on or about January the 7th, 2019, during public forum at a monthly council meeting, a housing authority office representative reported that his department would have to lay off their employees.
Remember?
Yeah, I got it.
Now?
Okay.
Okay.
That's the vote.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna call for vote. Article 1, count 5. Eddie?
No.
Jeannie?
Yes.
May?
Yes.
Adeline?
No.
Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Joyce? No. Peggy?
No.
Jamie?
No.
Charles?
No.
Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Okay, under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Failed vote. Okay. Okay, council, Article 1, count 6. Okay, I will call for vote. Eddie?
No.
Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline?
Yes.
Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I gotta refresh
That's-
Oh, okay. Okay. Joyce, no. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry?
Yeah.
Jeff?
No.
Under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8, 4. Okay, that carries. Okay. We will go on forward with Article 2, count 1. Okay, I will call for vote. Eddie?
No.
Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline?
No.
Frankie?
No.
Sharon?
Yes.
Joyce? No. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Failed vote. Okay. Okay, Article 2. Count 2. That's right, that's right. Eddie?
No.
Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline?
No.
Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Joyce? No. Who? No. You said yes, didn't you, Sharon? Yeah. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Okay, under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 5. Okay, failed vote. Okay, Article 2, count 3. All right, Eddie,
No.
Jeannie,
Yes.
Ella May,
Yes.
Adeline,
Yes.
Frankie,
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
Joyce, no. Peggy,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Charles, Barry,
Yes.
Jeff.
No.
Under yes, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. 8 carries. Okay. That's 3.
8 is what now?
Okay, Article 2. Count 4.
4.
Eddie,
No.
Jeannie,
No.
Ella May,
No.
Adeline,
Yes, yes.
Frankie,
No.
Sharon,
Yes.
Joyce. No. Peggy,
No.
Jamie,
No.
Charles, Barry,
Yes.
Jeff.
No.
Okay, under yes, 1, 2, 3. Failed vote. Okay, Article 2, count 5. Eddie,
No.
Jeannie,
Yes.
Ella May,
Yes.
Adeline,
No.
Frankie,
No.
Sharon,
Yes.
Joyce, no. Peggy,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Charles, Barry,
Yes.
Jeff.
No.
Under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Failed vote. Okay, and just to reiterate, count 6 is inclusion of count 7. Okay, Article 2. Count 6. And I'll memo on the side here as to include count 7.
We would like to raise our objection that after the indictment has been made, the articles have been done, they cannot be separated or changed after a court proceeding has, or even in this case, a hearing has been begun after the fact. It's simply a violation of due process.
Okay, we'll just go ahead and vote 6 and 7, as the council suggested. So you got vote 6 and you'll vote 7.
So I'll call for count 6 and then
Yeah,
count 7?
yeah.
Okay,
There'll be 2 more votes,
all
as
right,
it stands right now.
okay. Okay, I will make that correction. Article 2, count 1. count 6. Okay. Eddie?
No.
Jeannie?
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline?
No.
No. Frankie?
Yeah.
Sharon?
Yes.
Joyce? No. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles?
No.
Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Okay, under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Failed vote. Okay. Okay, Article 2. Count 7. Okay, Eddie?
No.
Jeannie?
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline?
Yes.
Frankie? Sharon? Joyce? No. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Okay, under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Carries. Okay, acting chief, those are all the counts for votes.
Okay, council. Because there have been several confirmation votes to impeach, you need to consider what remedies you would like to impose. Section 14.7 of the impeachment code states remedies for impeachment may include 1, removal from office, 2, permanent disbarment from eligibility for future candidacy for any elective or appointive office for the United Kituah Band for either a certain period of time as determined by the council or for life. 3, banishment from the tribal membership for life or for a certain period of time as determined by the tribal council. This list is not exhaustive, so if there's some other remedy that you would prefer, you could also come up with a different remedy. But someone will need to make a motion for a remedy for these impeachment charges.
Censure. Formal censure.
Formal censor.
Censure.
Censure. Does everybody understand what Mr. Sachs? Everybody understand what Mr. Sachs is referring to? Basically a reprimand? Are you making a motion, sir?
I'll make that motion if the vote stands.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made by Mr. Sachs to censure. Censure. Just put reprimand over there. Seconded by Mr. Bocacci. Second. Second by Jeff.
I guess I'm a little dense, but what is the motion?
Motion's to reprimand him. Reprimand.
Yes,
That's what the motion is, made to reprimand him. Right now for this, we're gonna vote whether to reprimand him or not.
well, it goes on and on, Vice Chief.
Well-
To be banned from the tribe for life and all that kind of thing.
No, sir, don't. We have to make a motion. If you want to do that, you gotta make a motion, sir. We're in the area now where we have to make a motion to do,
I still don't understand what their motion was.
well, Mr. Sachs motion to reprimand him. You know what a reprimand is? Yeah,
Right, I understand.
okay. And then you can vote for it or not. That's basically what we're doing. right now. We're voting.
Okay, we have a motion by Eddie Sachs and a second by Jeff Wicacci. This motion is to reprimand as the remedy.
Use the word censure in the official language.
What? Oh, okay. Now I can recognize it. Okay. Okay, council, I will call for vote. Eddie,
Yes.
Jeannie,
No.
LMA,
No.
Adeline,
Yes.
Frankie,
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
Joyce, yes. Peggy,
No.
Jamie,
No.
Charles, Barry,
No,
Jeff.
Yes.
Okay, under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 yes, 5 no's. So,
No, it should carry
Is there-
because
Yeah.
impeachment only goes to 2/3. The remedies go to over half, a majority. So
Yeah, this is a majority vote on the remedies. Is there any other remedies that anybody wants to make a motion?
I,
6.
I would like to make a motion to impeach. Remove from office, exactly.
And I'll second that.
at this
Motion.
juncture, we're going to make one more objection is you can't have both. You've got
I,
a censure and removal from office. They're exclusive of one another. We've already had the vote to censure him. We've already got the majority of the board voting to censure him. To do the other is inconsistent with the previous vote. You're voting against yourself, in other words.
Because the remedies are not exclusive, and because one could be both reprimanded and removed from office, my opinion is council could vote on more remedies. However, it's up to council. I can see that reprimand is somewhat inconsistent with a removal, because how can you reprimand someone who's been removed from office? If reprimand's the remedy, then you can't reprimand someone who's been removed.
I mean, there's a difference in banishment, for instance, and removal from office. Those are two different things. But here, the council has already decided that their remedy is going to be reprimand.
And then we're going to vote to see if it's going to be removed. And if it carries or if it fails, then we'll decide. If it carries, then we'll reprimand him first. And then if it carries, then we'll remove
You're
him.
going to yell at him and kick him out the door? I mean, that makes no sense.
Motion's been made and seconded on the floor. Call for a vote.
Now, this vote is for removal.
That's what her motion was.
How many remedies can we keep voting on?
As many as they keep making motions for.
That's ridiculous.
I agree.
So yes would actually remove him from office and no would leave him in office reprimand.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct?
That's correct.
So we'll vote for the death penalty.
Yeah.
Hope nobody makes that.
So it's either yes to remove and no is reprimand.
Yeah, correct. If you vote yes, you're voting to reprimand and remove, essentially, because you've already voted to reprimand. So that's the remedy that you all have voted on. So you know there's a reprimand. If you vote yes here, you're voting to remove the chief from office. If you're voting no, you're voting to stick with the reprimand as the only remedy.
I have a question. According to the reprimands, and it's like I said earlier, the only one I have a problem with is the banishment from membership from the United Kituah Band of Cherokee Indians. And I would like to request to leave that off as a part of the punishment, whatever you want to call it. And I really need to clarify that, or have somebody to clarify that while we're voting. Because that is one thing that I don't want.
We're not voting for banishment.
Okay.
That's not what we're voting on.
Okay, good. I'm glad you clarified that.
Okay. Do you understand what we're voting on right now? Okay. Is there anybody else that's not understand before we call for the
I'm not sure I
vote?
understand, but there's too much mumbo jumbo going on.
Okay.
here.
Yeah, I know you're hard hearing, sir.
Yes, indeed, I can hear you.
We're voting for reprimand earlier. Okay, so now we're going for removal. Yes is removal, no is not. That's all we're voting.
Okay, I think I've got the bait now.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
We're meeting out two separate punishments for the same crime.
Exactly.
Call for a vote, Secretary.
Is that a violation of his civil rights? I think by attempting to mete out a second punishment over the exact same charges is maybe a violation of his rights, civil rights. We've already meted out a punishment, we voted on it, it passed the council, then we're gonna just slap another punishment over the exact same crime.
I agree. They're mutually exclusive of each other. You can argue that banishment is different because that's a totally different remedy. But, you know, your options are reprimand or removing from office. You can't have both.
And reprimand does not include removal or banishment or
Correct.
these three things, so it's.
Reprimand would stand
is-
alone
Right.
as the
Right.
punishment, and that's already what has been decided by the
Right.
council.
So it's not the same thing, and I think that's where, some of us are getting mixed up. Reprimand is not, removal from office.
Correct.
That's not the reprimand.
Correct.
That's right.
So it's not any of these three right here that we're looking at.
So,
Y'all really wanna take Joe down, I mean, this is not the way to do it, because he's gonna have a court case.
That's exactly right.
Feel like we're not.
I mean, the reality of it is, it would be like sentencing someone to 20 years in prison and then voting again and saying, oh, and by the way, we're going to give you 20 years in prison and the death penalty after we do that. You can do one or the other.
well, we could, we could vote on each count if we wanted to make a motion on each count to
Well,
decide the
you've already
punishment for
had
each
your
count.
vote is the
Yeah.
problem. That's your remedy.
We've
Well,
already done that.
Can't
I
go
understand that,
backwards.
I understand that. On each, you know.
We've
so
had
we
our
can
vote
make-
and the vote was
No.
for censure,
There's been a motion made here on this floor.
but the
And it's been
motion's
seconded.
improper because it is
We're
exclusive.
gonna go ahead and
of
vote,
what's already
we're gonna
been
vote
done.
on this motion that's been made, and if it carries, if it fails, whatever, then we'll do it after that. Okay? Call for a vote, Secretary.
What is the motion? All this conglomeration going on, I gotta figure out what the motion was.
Motion made to remove, motion was made by Jeannie to remove from office, seconded by Ellen. Yes, removing, no, or keeps on this vote. Okay?
Okay, I've got it now.
I've just been advised by council that since we're in regular voting here, we're majority rules, then I'm not allowed to vote unless there's a tie. Okay? On this particular situation, not on the impeachment. Everybody clear on that? Okay, call for a vote.
He was, we voted a punishment, now we're voting another punishment. We're gonna vote another punishment after that?
That's what the motion was made. And if there's another motion, we'll vote.
I think it's an invalid motion.
Okay, I have been requested to call for vote, council. It is to approve
So-
to remove from office.
So once again, yes is to remove, no is to leave in office with just the reprimand,
With the reprimand.
right?
Mhm,
Okay.
that's right. Just the reprimand, okay. Okay, call for vote. Eddie,
No.
Jeannie,
Yes.
LMA,
Yes.
Adeline,
No.
Frankie.
No.
Sharon,
Yes.
Joyce, no. Peggy,
No.
Charles, Barry,
Yeah.
Jeff.
No.
Okay, under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, failed vote, motion failed.
Motion adjourned.
Motion's been made to adjourn and seconded by Mr. Smoke. Motion by Eddie. Now,
He'll just have to.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever, nobody ever anticipated that. The question is, we're gonna talk about.
Okay.
Makes a motion, but I think we have to sleep on it before we decide.
Okay.
Makes the motion. Since you didn't lose your-
motion was made and seconded, so we need a vote.
Will you call for benediction?
I'm with you.
Oh,
We're done.
yeah, we got out of order. We got to do the benediction first. We got to repent, man. Sharon, would you honor us with the benediction?
Father, in the name of Jesus, I come to you, Lord, asking for wisdom, courage, and determination. Father, you've given us a code of ethics. And as we lead this tribe, and as I've said earlier, we have a job to do. We have a big responsibility, not only to you, Lord, but unto the constituents out there. And Father, everything that has been said and done, Father, I pray that in the name of Jesus, you would give us the knowledge and the wisdom, Lord, to do that which is right. I give you all the praise, glory, and honor. Father, we're trying to lead this tribe forward. And I know without the shadow of a doubt, I have heard before, Lord, how far down can you go? You know, you can stay at the bottom for years, and that's what this tribe has done. And I know there are a lot of emotions, a lot of mixed emotions. But Father, I bind up that spirit of humanism. And I know as we walk forward into the future, Father, whatever that future may hold, help us all, Lord, to be strong, be courageous, and to walk forward, Lord, with strength, courage, and determination, knowing, Lord, I have prayed. I know I have prayed, Lord, for knowledge, and I have heard testimonies, and I have heard all of these stories, Lord. Father, I feel like I know the truth, and I give you praise, glory, and honor, Lord, that you have given unto me knowledge, and that you have given unto me a wisdom that is from you. I give you all praise, glory, and honor. Help us, Lord, to be big about whatever it is that we do, and whatever it is, Lord, help us always to remember the tribe as a whole. This is not individual, and this is not selfish. And I feel like, Lord, that when I make decisions, I make them overall for everybody, not for myself. And Father, I know that the council members that I work with, each and every one of us, Lord, are going to give account one day to someone bigger than we are. And I know that's you. Father, I give you praise, glory, and honor. Lead us forward, Lord. And in the name of Jesus, Lord, I give you all the praise, glory, and honor. Thank you, Father, for being there. Thank you, Father, for being who you are. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, the motion's been made to adjourn and seconded. Let's take a vote. Aye. Had enough.